Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. MLB The Show has interleague action for you this afternoon. It's the Milwaukee Brewers and the Boston Red Sox. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. And on the hill today, Garrett Crochet. What's the scouting report on him?
Anytime you have five pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get one or two or be on a strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
Jackson leading things up. One. The ground is short. Story throws the first. He's out. It's up to the first. Let's take a look at the Brewers line. They're dealing in a top level arm of the mound, so this appears to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Singy?
Well, Boog, against a talented pitcher, it's crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Use bunts to get him off the mound and move it around out there. If he's in a flow, step out and break his timing. When he throws in the zone, you might only get one pitch, so you don't want to miss it.
Race to go. The next to hit takes ball one. And that one fouled off. The 1-1. It's intent, but that goes foul. 1-2 now. Swings, and this one's flared. Contreras. No, for his lead in heroics. That one ripped, but foul. Shootout already on. Cut on and missed 96 of that fixture. Got him. And now the Red Sox get their turn. No score. You're dialed into the show. We go to the bottom of the first. And taking the ball for Milwaukee, Brandon Woodruff. What do you have on him?
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup move. It's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it there when he needs like a double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. So get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late in a bat.
Roman Anthony. The leadoff batter as he swings through it for strike one. Swing and a miss. There's the changeup.
So now it's all about protect ball. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball. Blocking it, you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but somehow, I back into this at bat through the count.
On the ground. Fires across the diamond. One gone, bottom half of the first. Through the check of the Red Sox lineup, together by manager Alex Cora. And Chris, a great matchup in this one. An ace caliber arm in the hill against a deep lineup.
You said it, Boog, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out. The kind of talent they'll be facing, these hitters have a tough task ahead of them. Should be really fun to watch, though.
Your story now. this one's fast. I do. It's a good play. They'll lift it off, and that actually makes it a perfect game. Yeah, the way they do it. And he gives them the lead in the first. It's 1-0. He only needed one swing to square it up. Not wasting any time in that at bat, aggressive and it paid off. Hitting a walk-off homer is the kind of thing you dream about growing up. You're in the backyard, you're creating a both pressure-packed scenario, and what do? You come through with the big play. Huh? It was living a childhood moment right there. Nice swing in the back. Nice one for the team. Final 1-0 for Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show. I'm John Shambi saying so long. And welcome in, everybody. Glad you're with us. MLB The Show has interleague action for you this afternoon. It's the New York Mets and the Los Angeles Angels. First pitch coming your way next. And starting this one, Jose Soriano. What should we keep an eye on here? Well, he comes at hitters with a 5-pitch mix, so for him, it's always interesting to see how he utilizes those weapons. He may lean on 1 or 2 pitches depending on how things are going and how things are working. But if he can control 4 or even 5 of those offerings, out hitters, he's really going to be able to keep those guys off balance. All right, ready to get underway. Francisco Lindor up now for the Mets. First pitch of the game is in for a strike. This one chopped to the ground, but foul. 0-2. Stays alive. There's 1-2. Oh, look at this. Over to first. But it's second thing time. Base hit. Tough play on a nice backhand stop. Had to be perfect with the exchange and throw to get the out. But it looked like he had to dig in there a little deeper, like he was trying to get a split finger grip or something. Close play, but that little extra time on the transfer made all the difference. No outs. Runner at first. Juan Soto down. Just missed. Outside. And that one fouled off. The go-ahead run aboard at first. Nobody out. And the count 1-2. Ball misses there. Catcher challenge. We'll take another look. It's a ball stop. So they still got both their challenges. One down, runner at first. The hope is shipped up to the dish. Ground ball left side could be two. Over to Frazier. The flies go for him. But you can never overstate it. Pitcher's best friend right there. Double play, gets out of the jam, saves some pitches. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And taking the ball for the Mets, Freddie Peralta. Lots of punch outs, a real strikeout artist singing.
Four-pitch guy, he's got some options to work with in terms of keeping hitters off balance. So we'll see how he decides to utilize those weapons through this start here, and whether or not he's able to mix the ball in early, or if he wants to hold something down a little bit later, maybe second, third time through the order, and give them something they haven't seen. It's tough when you know a guy's got that in his back pocket as a hitter. You really have to stay on your toes.
Right through there for a strike.
Pretty rare location right there, right down the middle. This guy paints the edges. Not sure if you're going to see that pitch again as a hitter.
1-1. And he swings through that ball. Bounce it back with two strikes. Battling here as he fouls it away. And a 1-2 again. That's a really good take. Swing it. It's way. Taking a walk-off homer is the kind of thing you dream about growing up. You're in the backyard, you're creating the most pressure-packed scenario, and what do? You through with a good swing. He was living a childhood moment right there. Nice swing in the back, nice one to the team. One nothing the final for Chris Singleton and our entire crew here at MLB The Show. Thanks for stopping by. I'm John Shelby. Talk to you soon. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us. Major League Baseball on tap. It's the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Baltimore Orioles. First pitch coming your way next. And our starting pitcher here today, Trevor Rogers. What do you have on him, Siggy?
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup move. It's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late in a little back.
Got one side. And it got 1-2.
Well, I think he's trying to get a feel for where that one missed. I mean, it could have gone either way, but the shot was set there.
And a foul ball, he stays alive. Number 1-2. Oh, that guy, right. Okay. Swings and misses. Both is straight change. Looks like the lineup for the Blue Jays with an excellent arm on the mound, saying this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Drew. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense.
And now Addison, this is the zone. Ball one. And another ball.
No, that pitch not even close. A 2-0 count now. He can't be over aggressive. He's got to make sure that pitch is right on a tee for him.
At the break, there's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on deck for the Blue Jays. Swinging a foul out of play. Yeah, there's ball four.
Well, breaking ball in that 3-2 count kind of tells you that that's the pitch he has the most confidence in right now. Just couldn't find a strike zone.
Substitution being made at first. Big truck for Toronto. Miles Straw. He represents the go-ahead run, so they hope some extra speed will help with that. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now. Throw is safe with a stolen base. And the go-ahead run is down scoring position.
Well, he's got a cannon of an arm back there behind the dish. A good, accurate throw is just as important in controlling the running game. So maybe rushed his throw a little bit right there. Didn't finish it off. It was high, and I think that would allow the base runner to make it safely.
Shot to the ground. Base hit it in center field. Around third. He scores and they get the lead. It's an RBI single, 1-0. Well, there you go. The RBI McKean. Another close run scoring it back. Yeah, he's been so good in these situations. Call it clutch if you want, but his resume speaks for itself. Now the Orioles manager is out of the dugout, and they'll make a move to the pen. That'll be it for Trevor Rogers, and he's not going to be happy with himself. New pitcher on the mound in a moment. Now,
just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
And now it's Dalton Varsho. Fouled off. He was late. 0-1 now. Dives, but it kicks off his glove. To first, no, it's a everyone safe. Second, one out. Joe Kirk next up for the Blue Jays. Let's go. 2 on, 1 out. In the infield, on our first base, get 2, get out of this. For 1-1. There it is. Next thing, to strike it. It wasn't supposed to be striking someone and he got on the chase. That's just a bad approach right there. Either he was looking for something else and got completely fooled, or he was sitting all over the stuff and just couldn't resist the temptation. But man, really expanded right there and didn't have a chance to make contact with that pitch. 2 over 2 outs. Jesus Sanchez. William next. Gets over it. And that is the we go to the bottom of the first. And the starter for Toronto, Kevin Gausman. What should we keep an eye on here?
Well, this guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a bit dangerous. If you look at the opposing lineup, nobody doesn't just settle in. They want to make this an uncomfortable start from the beginning.
Oh, he got better as he looks at ball 1. Popped up. Clement under this one. And there's one away. All right, let's take a look at the Orioles lineup now. Already trailing by a run in this one. They'll be looking to get on the scoreboard early on as well.
Well, it's just the 1 run, so not too big a hill to climb. But yeah, if they can answer back in this inning or at least in the next couple, they'll maybe settle everyone into this ball game, and that includes their own starter on the mound.
Gunnar Henderson, batting at 1 down, takes the stroke. In there for a strike. And it down is 0-2. That one side almost got him. Here to left center. Sanchez ranging after it. Nice grab on the run. Out number 2. There ain't this guy's putting this on. Hitters don't have time to think between pitches. Now, the Jays trying to close out the 1. OT trying to pull it out. It's the ball game.
Well, this was all about the pitching and defense. Outstanding job of the pitchers, really attacking hitters, trusting what the catcher was putting down, and trusting the players standing behind them to make the plays defensively. Sometimes you want to see a high-scoring game, but sometimes you can appreciate the artistic beauty of what these pitchers did on the mound today.
1-0 the final for Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show. I'm John Shoppy. Thanks for joining us. And welcome in, everybody. Glad you're with us. MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the Detroit Tigers taking on the Houston Astros. First pitch coming your way next. And on the mound now, Hunter Brown. What should we keep an eye on here?
A power pitcher that is going to pitch aggressively with the fastball. His fastball velocity ranks near the top in the league. Will also throw the slider, but if you're a hitter, be ready for the fastball. You're going to see a few of them during your at bat.
Just about ready to roll. Terry Carpenter up now for the Tigers, number 30. And we're underway. Say 97 with that fastball. Swings and misses. And the clock's even at 2.
Those hitters count sometimes can be a little too aggressive, and a good pitcher will play off of that. He's got to get a better pitch to hit.
3-2.
That was absolute gas. Triple digits on the gun. It's just a different experience as a hitter watching that go by.
Labor Torres up next to the Tigers. Foul ball, and it remains a full count. Payoff pitch. This one in the air center field. Myers under it. Now Tigers line up for manager A.J. Hinch. They're dealing with a top-level arm on the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Siggy?
Well, Boog, against a talented pitcher, it's crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Use bunts to get him off the mound and move it around out there. If he's in a flow, step out and break his timing. When he throws in the zone, you might only get one pitch, so you don't want to miss it.
Labor Torres. The next to hit takes ball 1.
Which was dominant. So much talent on display when this guy's out there on the field.
1-1. And strike to Labor. Goes looking.
First turning into the attack for the hitter. I'm sure that's going to sit on it for a little while. You want to be ready to hit the fastball. Sometimes you can overthink things, and I think that was the case right there.
Deep up now for the Tigers. Shootout only on. Oh, that's out. And that one way outside. And it's 2-1. Right there from the strike. Got it. And that is done. Now we're looking at the Astros. No score. It's Major League Baseball on the show. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And taking the ball for Detroit, Eric Skubal. What do you have on him, Chris?
Oh, he brings a ton of confidence with him to the mound. He's looking for good at bats and a few runs from his teammates, and he's looking to take care of the rest to make sure they come away with a win. If he's on in this one, it's going to be a real uphill battle for everyone else.
Jeremy Baldwin, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball one. And triple digits. On the ground to the into the left field base hit. Winning runs on the base. Kind of rolled over on this pitch list, man. He probably didn't to shoot it through for him. Looks like that anytime you can get him to find a hole. And now they've got some speed on first, so we'll see if they try to get him into motion. It's the former MVP, Jose Altuve. Fastball for a strike. It's only 2 down. Ground ball of the middle. Torres. Over to Bryant. Sensational double play.
Oh, man, what smooth play. Really from start to finish.
Base is empty after the double play. Here's Jordan Alvarez. And there's a foul ball. This guy's got good power with one swing. He can win it for him. We're going to foul straight back. Here's the 0-2. Up the middle, and it's the room for a hit. So like 2 out, and this one first. Here's Correa with a chance to hit. Oh, right on. Right. 2 outs, but the winning run is at first. Swing and a miss, and that's strike 2.
So that's all about protect. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball. If you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow find back into this at bat to the count.
And that is the third out of the inning. An inning in the book. No score here on the show. We move ahead to the top of the second now. Now here's the Tigers cleanup hitter, Riley Green. A grounder into the outfield for a knock. And they get it in quickly. First and third now with nobody out. But that comes back to bite him.
Boy, it's hard to say. That runner on second to start extras is critical, and you want to make sure you don't waste him. If they don't score this inning, there'll be some second guessing for sure.
Manager out of the dugout now, and it looks like we'll see a change on the mound. Hunter Brown gives way and not his finest start. Never really looked comfortable out there. We'll have a new pitcher on the mound when we get back. Now, the closer summoned from the bullpen. Brave. That's a great slider with tons of movement. Substitution being made at first. Detroit going with the pinch runner. Down Kid Street. Spencer Torkelson now at the plate. First call this guy a gamer because he always seems to perform better when it matters most. Who doesn't want a guy like that on your team? And on the ground might be two. To see if it's one. They get the scores to kill it. To me, that's one of the toughest double plays to turn on the infield. The first baseman has to get inside the throwing lane to hit that middle infielder to start the double play, and then from there completing it back to first. Really good job all the way around. Bases empty after the double play. Kevin McGonigal up now for the Tigers. Now this is the corner for a strike. Two down, nobody on. So look into the outfield. Joey gets on base and keeps it going. Right there does a great job of staying in the big part of the field. Man, there are a lot of hits there. And here's the catcher, Dylan Dingler, known for his rocket arm behind the plate. Nope, outside. And now, back-to-back breaking pitches away, you get the feeling as a hitter that the pitcher's afraid of you, that he doesn't want to challenge you. So I think the confidence level is raised right here. It's a 2-0. That's great for a strike. Two. Right on the eye spot here. Just gonna stay focused on the pitch. The runner will be in motion, so something in the gap should definitely score. Swinging a foul ball at the plate. They'll do it again. And pitch. Playing the most went back to the baseball, and it was effective. They get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and a man left. Down at the bottom of the second, it's the Tigers 1 and the Astros nothing. Now popping forward the back of the new arm of the mound to start the bottom of the second. And Jansen. I think closer has to be one of the toughest jobs in baseball, and you see a pretty high turnover rate because of it. Every outing seems to be hyper. Runner in scoring position. No outs. Joey Lopofito getting ready to hit. What can you do in these spots? You're down a run. You're leading off the inning. He's not a power hitter, a guy that's looking to tie it up with one swing. So he's going to take and get into this at bat and try to get deep into the bat. Ultimately, however he can, get to first base. Comes back good. The top run stops at third with nobody out. So they hold the runner at third, line to play at sixth. The deck comes back to bite him. Boy, it's hard to say. That runner on second to start up is critical. You want to make sure you don't waste him. It's really silly. There'll be some second guessing for sure. So runners in the corners, nobody out. And Smith, the next to hit. And that's a ball. Comfortable or not, these are the situations closers they seem to live for. And you get into some hot water, a jam, tough spot, whatever you want to call it. But this is where they earn their keep. Could be two. Over to Baez. No, he didn't. It's a fielder's choice. That's out. All the Eric Sarsfield with on play duty in this one. I didn't know for being generous with the corners press. I think that was done a lot bigger deal and steroids where pitchers were rookie move in and out with their pitches. But we'll see if this corner's going to play in this one. No pitcher's going to argue it on. Right side. To the shortstop and take it, but it's off the base. Yeah. First and second, one out. Yainer Diaz up next for the Astros. Spins through that one out front that time. Last thing he wants is to hit the ball on the ground, but I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone. They'll be pitching for a double play in this one. 2-1, 1 out. That ball down the right side. 2. Stop. There's Wolf. Walk a double play that was. Getting over. Front four to hit one error and one left. We head up down to the top of the third. All tied 1-1. Out of the third inning, and down the center fielder, Parker Meadows. Ball inside. Foul ball right side. Leadoff man retired here. Not a bad outcome in that spot. The runner moves up to third, and now they have a chance to drive in the go-ahead run. Again, at the end of the day, it's a good at bat, especially when you're playing extra innings. Bobby Biden sticks in right center. There's your point. Slice hard the foul. Foul ball, it stays 0-2. Now that's the best. And that's the other way. Slowly pulling for the game. Looks like out there. It's a huge strike down right there. Second out. It was in. They were playing the full court press, and he got the swing and miss. Keeps this one tied. This next at bat should be a lot of fun. The odds of wriggling out of this just went up considerably. Here comes the skipper out of the dugout, and he's ready to make the move. Ryan Abreu won't go any further, and it's a tie ball game as he heads for the dugout. Back with a new arm after a quick break. So pitcher out of the bullpen for the Astros. Ryan King.
Bringing the lefty with the left-handed hitter coming up to him. Classic bullpen move right here. So we'll see how it works out.
Next to him, Terry Carpenter. Fly to center his first time. He's 0 for 1. That is ball one. Yeah, that is ball one. Hard hit for Perry. Bounces into front. He's over.
That's the elbow reverse is the only reason this game is still tied. We saw a good stretch needed to make the play, and thankfully it worked out for them. If not, they'd be playing from behind right now.
As we go to the last and slipping in for the Astros, Jake Myers. Plays through that one for strike one. Late swing, fouled off. And it's second. Oh, one. It's a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. Swinging is a strikeout.
Well, that's always the key to effective pitching is getting ahead in the count. And as a pitcher, it really allows you to start expanding the zone. Hitters become defensive, and all of a sudden that plate starts to get really wide. And what happens is because of the pressure, you end up committing to a pitch as a batter before you recognize what it is, and that's what leads to the strikeout.
Stepping in, Jeremy Pena. Breaking on. I got him. Still second. I'll say I'm 2 up to him here. Okay, 0 for 1 so far.
Oh, how he'd love to walk it off right here.
It's the first pitch. That time taking. And it's nothing at 1.
He knows they don't want to give it anything to hit, but when you've got opportunities to drive in runs, you've got to expand the zone. He's capable of throwing out there and doing damage with it.
Yep, and swinging for the day.
Well executed pitch on the outside part of the plate.
Oh, boy. Here's A.J. Hinch heading towards the mound, and we're going to see a pitching change right here. Kenley Jansen is done, and the line not closed on him yet as he's responsible for the runners on base. Back to the new pitcher after this. Now, with the Tigers, I'm Bill Vest. Two aboard, 2 outs. Yordan Alvarez digs in now. 1 for 1 for the single so far. And then comes to the strike to the left-handed hitter. This one real, but foul to the right. 2 on, 2 outs. And a base hit out of the line. No, in comes the living run, and they look at what did you see something special that day? What did your player or a fan? A walk-off win? Nobody forgets that. A memorable moment that'll be logged in the backs of the minds of everybody that witnessed this here today. And your final score here today, 2-1 for Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show. I'm John Schaffner. Thanks for joining us. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us. We've got baseball on the show. It's the Los Angeles Angels going up against the New York Yankees. Going to the mound in this one for the Yankees. Next three. What do we need to know here? The opposing hitters are going to see a lot of cutters. This guy can throw it to the front side of the plate, the back side of the plate. You're really not able to cheat to get the fat part of the bat on the baseball. Ready to go now? Zach digs in now. The doorbell. Number 9. That. And here's the strike. We are under it. Into center. Grisham trying to get there. Let's take a look at our lineup. They're dealing with a top level arm of the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Siggy? Well, Boog, against a talented pitcher, it's crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Use bunts to get him off the mound and moving around out there. If he's in a flow, step out and break his timing. When he throws in the zone, you might only get one pitch, so you don't want to miss it. Nolan Shotwell, the next to hit, takes ball 1. It's hard, but it's a foul ball. And he takes him on the it's going to go a little frustrating with the strike zone. I drive things here. So the go-ahead run is on base. Hey, whatever works, right? It doesn't have to be impressive. Take those blue hits off the end of the bat all day long. It doesn't mean you put a great swing on it, but hitters deserve to get a lucky hit every now and then. Making a move to first. Pinch running for the Angels. Bryce Dilcio. He represents the go-ahead run, so they hope some extra speed will help with that. Here's Mike Trout. Outfield deep here, trying to prevent anything over their heads. Right through there for a strike. Eddie Award. Late with what's going on. Moving in the Yankees pen, David built them. The closer is getting loose. Now 0-2 for free. And that's down and away. Run up on strikes. Well, big guy, I think, generating so much fast speed, it's hard to bring that to a ball once you've ignited it. And try to check the swing, just couldn't do it. Here is Yohan Moncada. He's not in the air. Choose it. And that's the third out. And now the Yankees will see what they can do. No score. You're watching Major League Baseball on the show. We go to the bottom of the first. And today's starting pitcher, Jose Soriano. What do we have on him? Well, this guy's got sort of a tweener, not quite a slider velocity and not as slow as a curve. It's in between, and he adds and subtracts velocity on it, which makes it harder for the hitters to really get that front foot down and have the delay they need. Oscar getting loose there. He's the only game to first. Trent Grisham stepping in and out to the use. One swing's a lot easier than getting 2 or 3 hits. Win this ball game, you better believe he's going to be all in to get the ball over elsewhere. And 97. Oh, God. Not a kick foul. And a count 1-2. This guy's got good power with one swing. He can win it for him. That one almost got him. Swing and out. And as we take a look now at the New York Yankees lineup. And the challenge for this lineup today, Singy, finding a way to have success against the sinker ball.
Yeah, it's a tough pitch to hit, Boog, and even harder to elevate. Got to set your sights a little bit higher when you're at the dish. They're struggling with it. I'd expect them to make some type of adjustment. It won't take long to see how well that sinker is working today.
Takes the turn. He's digging for second. He'll throw in, and he'll reach second and drive it. There you go. Waiting up is a goal with one down. Waiting up in scoring position now, so it's thought JB could end this one. And here comes Bellinger, known for his late inning heroics. First pitch doesn't find the zone. A winning run on second base. Activity in the bullpen for the Angels. Drew Pomeranz. Left-handed reliever appears to be getting loose. Bachman warming up as well. And it's foul off. The healthy cut. Pitch at 98. Really get fast at the ball. And it's second. That one not close. And it's 2-2.
looking for the K. I don't know what he's looking for right there. You have to be ready to swing the bat. You can walk if you're just a little bit aggressive.
Stanton now. And the first offering is not close. And on second, 2 down. Ready for a strike. There you go. And now look at the first. Oh, he held up. The 2-1 on the one. Way out front for strike 2. It misses. It's a strikeout. We played an inning. No score. Now, and on the mound is the closer, David Bednar. Now batting Joey Dell.
I want to say there's absolutely no reason to pitch to this guy right here. You dibble, you see if he'll expand his zone, but don't give him anything to hit. If you walk him, not a big deal. You have a double play opportunity set up.
Well, that's off the break all in one. Man at second. Yeah, side corner with that one. Make that time. It's strike 2. The middle and set it in center field. Around third. They will score and they take the lead. It's an RBI single, 1-0. Well, it didn't waste any time as they pulled the runner for a second.
Team confidence and how you approach the situation. Still have a guy on base, and now they'll try to add on.
No outs. Runner at first. Josh Lowe, the next to hit for the Angels. Hey. Here comes the 0-1. Swung up 2. Carrying well. And it is 2 runs to get down to their lead. It's 3-0. But the hitter gets pitch recognition early. He saw exactly where that was going to be. The challenge, not to get over anxious and come out of your swing. He stayed on it and fouled him. Jorge Solera at the plate.
He took to bounce back out the home run, but nobody on, nobody out. You just have to treat it as a fresh inning.
And now the count is even.
This has been a rough inning, but sometimes you just got to work through it. Save the rest of that bullpen. Somehow stop the bleeding.
Line drive, and that's base hit out of the center field. And a man aboard. Manager out of the dugout now. It looks like we'll see a change on the mound. David Bednar done for the day. It's a 3-1 game, and we'll be back to tell you about the new arm in a minute.
They're 30 games, so they're looking for quality pitches out of them right here. Got to do his best to keep the score right where it is.
And next for LA, Local Hockey. Oh, that's inside. There gets his lead at first. Nobody out. It's the pit. Runner on the goal. And that one's fouled off. And it goes just foul. That's two-strike fastball I've seen, but it certainly got away with the location there. Sometimes as a hitter, when you're down in the count, you're so focused on a pitcher painting the black and runner on the go. Frazier in the box as he fouls it to the first pitch. Now we want right pitch again. Still away. To the top of the order now. So in down for the Angels, middle. Wide to center is first up. And after it, kind of looked at first. Yes, he did. That's his swing. So low third. And that's that. 3 runs on here, and they move ahead out of the bottom of the second. It's the Angels 3 and the Yankees nothing. Now, and on the mound, Moser, Jordan Romano. He's the guy they hope to turn to out of the pen to lock down wins. So this game's gone to plan, more or less. Let's see if he can wrap it up here. Scored his and ready to in the third. Swing at a ground ball. Nice grab. And they get the out. Well, pitches and a quick out. Not even. That's not going to be good. He's a junior now. This is all about situational hitting. It's crucial in this spot. Do whatever it takes to put the ball in play, and hopefully you find a gap in the defense. That one finds the zone. That's strike one. So important to get ahead of these hitters. You don't let your free pass out high and run onto the plate. They're in a position where they're going to beat you to that. Multiple hits. Stands at third with one caught in the inning. Well, how's it all? Still 1-2. Oh. Next pitch is struck him out swinging. Yankees with only one out.
Well, it was a tough slide right there. He couldn't get a piece of it just to try to keep the at bat alive. And hitters will tell you that slider, when a guy's able to really tunnel the pitch where it looks like a fastball and then late have a really good bite, so tough to lay off on because you've made the decision. You don't want to get beat by a fastball, and then you swing and you miss. You go back to the dugout, shaking your head.
Ryan McMahon in the box now. Takes strike one. Runner at third, 2 away.
No, really, he missed slider down and in. He finished that really well. Just couldn't get him to operate it. People ask you, I'm missing with some pitches that, they're not strikes, and that's what you think. Oh, good pitch is a strike, but many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone and do two pitches that he pitches, but even better taste.
The Yankees down to their final score. Great.
And that's the ball game. Sometimes road trips can be tough. You're away from your family, but when you can win, silence that opposing crowd, it makes things just a little bit better, makes the road trip just a little bit shorter.
A shutout in this one, 3-0, our final score. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew, I'm John Shelby saying so long. And welcome into the ballpark. Happy to have you with us. MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the Tampa Bay Rays going up against the Athletics. First pitch coming your way next. And towing the slab in this one, Luis Severino. What do we need to know here about the right-hander?
A power pitcher that is going to pitch aggressively with the fastball. His fastball velocity ranks near the top in the league. Also go the slider, but if you're a hitter, be ready for the fastball. You're going to see a few of them during your at bat.
Just about to get underway. Yandy Diaz digs in now. And this one is off and running. Off the plate. Oh, corner.
No, James. Yes. I almost feel like he's frustrated a little bit. He wants to be challenged.
Right.
Oh, boy, that was the pitch. Lee Loney already really aggressive on the fastball.
battling here as he fouls it away.
Looks like you got a little excited on that fastball. You got to think to yourself, I want to stay up the middle. That way, if you're a little bit early, you get it on the ball point, a little late, opposite field up.
Butler trying to get to it. He's good. And he's one game. Look at Kevin Cash's lineup for the Tampa Bay Rays. So digging in, Jonathan Aranda. That one finds the zone. What a stop! Gathers and throws, but it's not.
It's in there. It's hit. So had a nice backhand stop. Had to be perfect with the exchange and throw to get the out, but it looked like he had to dig in there a little deeper, like he was trying to get a split finger grip or something. Close play, but that little extra time on the transfer made all the difference.
One down. Junior Caminero, the next to hit. This guy with light tower power. Ball. This is the zone. Ball walk. The other way. Makes the grab. And next will be the cleanup hitter, Jake Fraley. Ball moving in the bullpen. Harris, closer of the staff, is thrown. That strike. Two ball. The possible go-ahead run to first. Swing and miss, and they missed on that time. Good pitch out there to pick up on the hands. I'm not getting the ball going right back in there. Walker. Set one away, and we'll do it again. On the ground, right? To the back. That'll do it. Well, the A's will get their first opportunity in scoreless ball game. Back after this on the show. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And starting on the mound for the Rays, Drew Rasmussen. What do you got on him, Chris?
This guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a bit more dangerous. So if you look at the opposing lineup, they're hoping he doesn't just win. They make this an uncomfortable start from the beginning.
Nick Brooks. Ball. This guy's not good. One time, what it for him?
He's just missing with some pitches that they're not strikes, and that's what you think. Oh, good pitch is a strike, but many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone. It's two pitches that we saw. Three pitches, but even better taste. If it's timed it up any better than that, really good swing right there. He got a pitch that he knew he could handle. Allowed himself to stay back just a tad bit longer. He hit the ball in the field. She longer years. Just like the blade, outfield playing back, almost in the warning track. Fall foul.
3-0-1. That was it. It's got a chance. It's the match up against the wall. It's time now to pick out the A's lineup. Here's the left fielder, Tyler Soderstrom. Ball one. Call the ball. Yeah, that's ball one. Bullpen movement for the Rays. Garrett Clevenger, the left-hander, is that big fastball of his ready to go. Baker getting loose as well. One slow. I need a three, and the winner now at second with only one away.
Just a clutch at bat right there. Big time swing when this team really needed it. Kind of rolled over on this pitch a little bit. But they definitely not to shoot it to the You'll take that anytime you can get him to find a hole. Now just one swing away from potentially walking this thing off.
And now Kevin Cash out of the dugout, ready to make a move to the bullpen. Drew Rasmussen will depart, and it's going to be a start that he'd like to get a redo on. Not his best. We're back with a new arm in a minute. Garrett Clevenger over here. Second, one out. Brent Rooker will hit next. Outfield play very deep, not wanting anything over their heads. First pitch misses. Winning run stands at second. This one in the air right field. Way back there. Oh. Ball through.
Two. Good spot for the hitter. Definitely has the advantage in this count with runners on. Look for him to be aggressive on this next pitch.
Strike two. I think he's on second. Two down. Got it. I'm good. The second baseman. Yeah. And now he's shifting the deal. Goes. Ball up. No. 2-1, 2 outs. Another in. Jacob Wilson in the on deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Real deck. Stripping. Take your bait.
Now that sets up a really big bat in this game. These are the moments where everyone in the stadium feels the moving off field.
Jacob Wilson up next for the A's. Right, she's back, pops it up. And that's the inning. Scoreless after one. Now, welcome back. I think we've got a new arm. Harris. And they felt it was time to bring up scoring position. No outs. Cedric Mullins getting ready to hit. As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. Base hit's probably going to be a big run, so you really have to execute on that. Strike two. So that's all protect players. Try to short knock, try to track the ball, block it if you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, some back into this and back through the count. And a quick out number one. So now with one away and a man at second, Ben Williamson next to hit for the Rays. Well, first base open. Really no reason to pitch to this hitter right here. Put him on the force at second first. Perhaps getting inning double play. And that one fouled off. Second inning here, no score. And it's foul off. And second. In the dirt. The throw to third. And he's got no chance. He's out. Two down, nobody on. And that's way high. And it's 2-2. Keeps the back going with a foul ball. It's a 2-2. To the right side. Gets it to first. Look at the guy in the second. No score. Bottom half, but when you go for two, out. So I feel Lawrence, man at second, nobody out. Chris, certainly one of the things in his head is trying to get the runner over. Yeah, the way that we see the game played today, though, guys are not sacrificing as much just to get that runner across. They're really looking at doing damage. Slugging is the name of the game. Over back to the dugout after getting the line drive that finds a glove, but you will get some high fives. You know, when you make great contact, you feel like you've done everything right. But in this game of baseball, not everything is in your control. And here is Max Muncy down in the dirt. Ball one. The landing run at second base. And they get 1-1. I'm a little frustrated with the strike zone. Ball goes to the strike. Slider down and it can be so hard to get on playing with. You're better off taking that pitch. 2-1. That's a cool. It remains 2-2. Fastball right back to the mound. Tosses to first. Already 2 out here in the home half of inning number 2. Manager out of the dugout now, and it looks like we'll see a change on the mound. Garrett Clevenger departs, and he leaves a runner at third. So we'll see how the next pitcher deals with that when we get back. Now, I think for Brian Baker, take a little run on that.
Man, we all know about his slider. It's just filthy, man. And one of the better ones in the game, I'd say. Spin rate's very high and it strikes a ton.
Now, here, Daryl Renee comes up with a chance to walk it off. There's Trey. Down low, is what they do. Landing off his third, screwed down. Now, up on the infield. And that's the third out. Move to the third with no score. Coming into the game now on defense, Colton Cummins, controlling center field. Well, here we go. Top of the third scoreless game.
Look for him to hit behind the runner, perhaps shoot it to the right side.
That is out of play. And it's second. And third, well done behind the dish. That's ripped into the outfield.
We come into the game like, better be ready because it's like the line knows where's the new blood. But really nice play. That can easily been by.
So up next, Chandler Simpson. Maybe expecting a bunt here. Third baseman playing in on the edge of the grass. Got the ball. And it's 1-0. No, that's too high. That's a base hit. Around third. Fires it to the plate. But it's offline. He will score. And it's 1-0.
Mission accomplished there as he picks up the RBI and give him the lead. It's an inside pitch. It just lays it over there to left field. And that's all he had to do is get up to the outfield grass to push that run place.
So next to the plate for Tampa Bay, Nick Fuentes. There goes the runner. Now one takes away. Simpson into scoring position on the wild pitch, and there goes the double play possibility. Runner at second here, one gone. Finds his way through base hit, headed for the plate. He'll score. Puts in a single, and they lead by 2.
Well done. Drives in the run. Just found a way to slide that ball down the third base line. That's really excellent back control. And it kind of goes back to all those drills you see hitters do off the tee where it's placed in different spots. That's just nice.
Johnny Diaz now. You don't know. There's
Very well executed changeup right there. If he can command the fastball consistently, that's going to be a good advantage in terms of him turning his outing around. Oh, that was good. Fortes over first with 1 away. In the dirt. Was down to first, but he wasn't going anywhere. And it's been a lot of people do it again. Way stuff. Slow pitch to deep left field. Absolutely crushed that one. No doubt about that one. We knew he wasn't coming back. Knew what pitch he wanted to hit, spit on some other pitches in this, and that was very patient. Paid off. Here comes the skipper, and we're going to see a pitching change in this spot. Hogan Harris, done for the afternoon. We'll be back in a minute with a new arm on the mound. Now, Brady Basso. What he did, bases out. Now the number 2 hitter, Jonathan Aranda. Here comes the old. Oh, there. Basso, a 6'2" southpaw. He features a 4-seam fastball, a curve, a cutter, no, a changeup, and he works at a sinker. Challenge from behind the dish here. And it's a false review. They'll keep both their challenges. Fights it off, you'll see another. Now here's a flare off the back. It's the triple shit down. See, that's basically again, it's going to be Junior Caminero. Oh, well, I'll play off to the right. Two down, nobody on. High fly ball, right field. And that is that. So they move out in front after a 4-run outburst. We move on to the bottom of inning number 3. It's the Rays 4 and the A's nothing. Set for the bottom of the 3rd. Now here's the leadoff hitter for the A's, Nick Kurtz. Right side. Tosses to the pitcher covering the bag. 1 pitch and 1 out. Now it's going to be Shea Langolier by the center his first time. That's a situation where the hitter is looking for something up in the zone that he can get his arms extended. What you have to be careful of is that pitch that's up, that's in on your hands. That'll pop you up in the infield, and that's exactly what the pitcher wants.
The 1-1. He swings and fouls one off. Swinging for the strikeout. The A's down their final out.
Still could catch up to the good velocity, good run. Last few inches through the zone.
So it's the last chance in this one. Tyler Soderstrom up next for the A's. And the ball pitch misses for ball one. That's a base hit, one scores.
Right there, there's a great job of staying in the big part of the field. Man, there are a lot of hits there.
Here comes the skipper out of the dugout, and he's ready to make the move. Brian Baker out of the game. It's a 3-run game, and we'll be back to tell you about the new arm in a minute. Now, closer someone from the
I think closer has to be one of the toughest jobs in baseball, and we see a pretty high turnover rate because of it. Every outing seems to be high pressure, this one included. We'll see if he can wrap up the win and get himself a save.
Look who digs in now. Jerry called strike. It's 0-1.
Oh, oh.
That's a base hit. So that's two straight two-out hits. Plays it on the bounce, and it eats him up. He's coming home. That's it. He did. Tommy scores. And he's got a time game.
I get something a little closer in this one. Other than ripping one into the gap or blasting one over the wall, there are a whole lot of hits that are more satisfying than a nice line drive into center field. So that definitely felt good.
Solid runner at second, two down. Jeff McNeil stands in. He reached on a look his first time. It's a foul ball.
This is a batter who loves to produce late in ball games. He doesn't shy away from a big moment.
The Rays trying to close out a 2-run lead. The home team trying to pull it out. Oh, what a stop from his backside. And that is the ball game.
What an exciting finish to this game. An amazing play right there. It's hard for the fans to go home. They want more. They're not ready to leave and head to their cars, but an outstanding job to keep entertaining all the way to the end.
Your final 4-2 for Chris Singleton and our entire crew. I'm John Shelby saying so long. And welcome into the ballpark. Happy to have you with us. Interleague Baseball on MLB The Show. It's the Cleveland Guardians taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Started after this. And today's starter, Shohei Ohtani. What do you have on him, Chris?
A power pitcher that is going to pitch aggressively with the fastball. His fastball velocity ranks near the top in the league. So we go to slider, but if you're a hitter, be ready for the fastball. You're going to see a few of them during your at bat.
All right, ready to get underway. Stephen Kwan digs in for the Guardians. On the ground, out to short. Throws to first in time. One out the top of the first. Here's the Guardians lineup now. They're dealing with a top-level arm of the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Siggy?
Well, Boog, against a talented pitcher, it's crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Use bunts to get him off the mound and move it around out there. If he's in a flow, step out and break his timing. When he throws in the zone, you might only get one pitch, so you don't want to miss it.
Hell, my team. Great ball one. Now, takes ball one off the plate. That's a ball. Back for a strike. And you'll check on exact ball strike. So they'll lose their first challenge. It's a tough pitch, but in terms of the best pitch you're going to get to hit in the at bat, that fastball was down enough where you're going to catch up to one. That's the one. When he elevates, guys aren't touching it. Misses this guy. 3-2 down. Jose Ramirez next to bat for Cleveland. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up. And he walked out for it. He hit it right first as a potential go-ahead run. He ends it a walk. Here's Jose Ramirez. Takes off. That is outplay. Pitch misses. One more of those strike. Actually, pinned down there. Edwin Diaz, right-hander with big strikeout stuff, is getting it fired up. Away. Tie game. Go ahead, run stands at first. Lost. Call the ball. It's to plate umpires try to tighten things up a little bit. Ball Springs. We want to get beat by a fastball and he spits them now. Kyle Mansarda on deck for the Guardians. And ball four. Two minutes in the first has to be some cause for concern. You're talking about a guy you want to pitch deep into the ball game. It's not going to help with the pitch count right there. They can't afford to hand out 3 bases at this rate. Next to him, Mansarda. And that's 98. Last thing he wants is to hit the ball on the ground, but I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone. They'll be pitching for a double play in this spot. Late with the 9-9. way inside.
Well, early on in this one, having a hard time getting settled in. He's not showing control of throw strikes, and let alone throw where he wants in the strike zone. This could be a tough one for him.
Get up, it's there. 2-2. Catcher challenge. Let's take another look. And that just is that the ball is overturned. They'll keep both their challenges. Reese Hoskins to the plate. For a strike, it's over.
Goodness, I think he just took the best pitch he's going to see in this at bat. You don't get many like that in that location. I wouldn't take that pitch against any pitcher out there enough.
2 on, 2 outs. 20 on base, and that's strike 2. So I got ball, the sweeper. That one well upstairs. It's 2-2. It's a strike out.
Well, this guy competes hard. We see the emotion there. I love it. Great job of getting out of the jam.
Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And towing the slab for the Cleveland Guardians, Tanner Bybee. What do we need to know here?
But this guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a bit more dangerous. So if you look at the opposing lineup, they're hoping he doesn't just win. But maybe it's an uncomfortable start for the beginning.
Should go ahead on time. Steps to the plate for the Dodgers. There's the strike. This guy's got good power with one split. He can go back outside. He's feet back, going with a foul ball. Only 2 here. And swinging. Well, wait, you're time to check out the Dodgers lineup. Chris, they're not lacking for players that can hit the ball over the fence.
And with that said, these hitters have to be patient at the plate because the opposing pitchers are not just going to feed them fastballs down the middle. They're going to have to get deeper into counts and sometimes take the walks. But when they get their pitches, they don't usually miss them, and that's what I'm expecting to see here in this one.
Oh, check it out. He's in now. Looks at that one inside. And a 1-0. He's the corner. At least challenging a false strike. And the strike ball will stand. Still a challenge for them. Here's a 1-1. Yeah, that's foul off.
Just missed. If he's able to connect on that, look out.
Just that's on the plate to ball pitch.
Really good team, especially 2 strikes.
Wait, they'll do it again. Stays alive. 2-2 now. What's the 2-strike pitch? And he'll see another. Got me looking for the strike. Easy for him. Still get the strikeout. Here's Mookie to win. Hey, where? Shootout, nobody on. And there's a foul ball. It's really sharp at the start of this one. This is how it's going to be today. It's going to be a tough one for this lineup. Got him. Strikes out the side to begin the game. What a start. Dodgers go down quietly, scoreless after one. Top of the second, stepping up for the Guardians. It's DeLauder. For the fastball for a strike. I know you want to be patient as a hitter, but you got to be ready to jump on the first thing straight. You got one right there, but show Eric Summersgill, plate on fire. One thing to watch out for, though, is what side of the plate Summersgill might be favoring. He usually sets up at an angle. Pitchers sometimes will try to figure that out early so they can attack that spot. Get as many strike balls as possible. Liner, and this could be trouble. Around third on his way to the plate, he scored, and the Guardians take the lead. Goes into second. That's an RBI double. What a way to get it going. A double and not Coleman running for second. Yeah, just clearly trading places, and now that guy on second threatening to score more runs. Good clutch hitting to lead off the frame. Here's Dave Roberts is going to dig into his bullpen as he comes out of the dugout to make the change. Otani will depart, and it's going to be a start that he'd like to get a redo on. Not his best. Back with the new arm in a minute. Now, the Dodgers have a new arm on the mound, Will Klein. And that's a big potential run out there in second as he comes in trying to keep the deficit where it is. For the infielders, they got to be thinking about keeping the ball from getting by them into the outfield any way they can. Now at the plate, Gabriel Arias. Check it out. Runner at second, no way out. That one finds the zone. That's strike one. Inside ball. Snowman DeLauder stands at second with no outs. And that ended up 1-4. Oh, now we're at the plate now. Yeah, that one fouled off. Here's the pitch. Both runners on the board. Save, double steal. I think he surprised everyone in the ballpark, and especially the pitcher. Wasn't a great lead there, but when he took off, I think he caught him off guard. Nice job to get to third. He went up around looking for Moon. He's there. So the pressure to come in and really attack this hitter, not as great as it would be if the backs were set. Swing and a line drive base into the left field. One runs in. The throw in. And he's safe at second with a 2-1 double.
Oh, a huge 2 RBI swing of the bat right there. Fastball off the plate a little bit, but a really nice job of going with it. Push it to the opposite field for that.
In scoring position, no outs. Here's Brian Rocchio. Oh. No outs. Runner on. That one kicks away from the catcher. Naylor up to third, wild pitch.
Even with a good secondary lead, sometimes it's hard to see just how far that ball's gotten away from the catcher. And if you can make it to third base, pretty much standing up. Well, at that time, he seemed to have a pretty good read, gets to third safely, and now he's just 90 feet away from scoring. 2-1. Right. Stop. And one away. First down in the inning because it keeps the runner at third. They don't score on the way, and that was the goal. Now you have to do it a few more times before you're completely out of this jam.
So back to the top of the order. Here's the Cleveland leadoff hitter, Stephen Quad. Rounded out his first job.
He's trying to get you to stop it up or jam you. That's a really good take, knowing you've got an opportunity to drive in around here.
In the dirt, nice job behind the plate. One away with a runner at third. One with the knees, and it's a stride.
It's a good spot with the 3-1 pitch right there. You don't want to lay something in, and it turns out to be a home.
Yeah, right. Line drive base hit. And the score from Kennedy. It's an RBI single. It's 4-zip. That's complete. The left field on the road. One. Here is Mel Martinez. Here's some surprise. He's in. Back in the dock. And at first, one away. Right there. Struck. Well, we like those first two pitches down and up 2-0. He's going to have to battle if he gets a mistake. I think he was trying to miss by that much in an 0-2 count. Just trying to overthrow that pitch. got it. Straight like that. Three.
Some pitch sequencing there and change eye levels for the punch out. That fastball on the pitch before was up. It was very competitive, and that gets you thinking that he might try to climb the ladder. But then the curveball out of that same tunnel just falls off the table, and you can't make contact.
Now, pitcher now, Edgardo Henriquez.
They need someone to stop the bleed and keep the score right where it is. Seems like a tough task today with the way this lineup is swinging it.
Now it's Jose Ramirez. Worked a walk in his first trip to the plate. Yeah. Digs in for the Guardians. He's on for one.
All triple digits on the gun. I know there are more pitchers that can reach that now than in the past, but it's still impressive. Also, this next pitch, couple runners on, probably a challenge pitch coming.
2 on, 2 outs. All races, all three.
He's just missing with some pitches and they're not strikes, and that's what you think. Oh, good pitch is a strike, but sometimes pitchers are trying to tease the zone. It's 2 pitches that we saw. Good pitches, but even bad takes.
And that'll go for that. And it 3 skins up to the dish. He was the strikeout victim his first time.
All 1, no strikes. One, runner at third.
Ramirez over at second. Mansardo at first, 2 out of the inning.
Oh, they triple digits. Looks like he's just sizing him up there. Really good pitch to hit, but he took it all the way. Sometimes guys just want to set their timing later on in the game. That may be a pitch that he turns on.
That game is close to getting out of the jam. Here's a 1-2. Fights it off, you'll see another. So they're all loaded up with 2 outs. Pitch misses. Battling here as he fouls it away. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Good job to find that one off. Grinding AB right here, about to see pitch number 10. In the air to left center. And that is that. So 9 batters come to the plate, 4 of them score. We go to the bottom of frame number 2. Guardians 4 and the Dodgers nothing. Bottom of the second. Now it's the Dodger cleanup hitter. Ready, Greenville. Ready. Greenman. That one pushed foul out of play off to the left. That's going to be some more. Relay throw. He's away.
Well done. Narrows the deficit with the RBI there. A lot of hitters tell themselves, line drive over the infielder's head. That's what I'm trying to do. Just keep that approach simple. And right there, it was perfectly executed. On time with everything. And pulled it into the gap nicely.
Here comes the manager out of the dugout, and he'll make a move to the bullpen. Tanner maybe departs. Just never found his groove, wasn't able to settle in. New arm coming on, back in a moment. Now, so they turn to their closer, Kate Smith.
Save opportunity for him right here, and he's their guy. Time to lock this one down and get out of here with a W.
The batter now will be Will Smith. And with the knees for a strike.
I feel with the way that Will Smith is able to handle the bat, control the bat head, he's very capable of finding green space and driving in that run.
And it's second. Check. Strike two. And it's foul on. They'll do it again. That one almost got it. Two. Swing and a miss. You're looking at it to the lead off the double. Strikeout period. And there's one out. So now we're going away and a man at second. And now let's see. Side corner for a strike. Here's a high fly ball out to center. One settles under this one. And there's two down. No left fielder. Teoscar. So it's the last chance in this one. Teoscar Hernandez, the next to hit. Red, but it goes back. So important to get ahead of these hitters. You don't make your free pass, allow that time one come to the plate. That's going to keep that other team in a position where if they're going to beat you, they're going to have to do multiple hits. Smith is just one strike away. That's the game.
Kind of strange win, only 3 hits, so they definitely weren't firing on all cylinders there. Great pitching, really kept them in it and gave them a chance.
4-1 the final here today. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shelby. Thanks for joining us. Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. MLB The Show has interleague action for you this afternoon. It's the Texas Rangers taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. First pitch coming your way next. And on the mound for Philadelphia in this one, Christopher Sanchez. Always a treat to watch one of the best starters in the sport, Siggy.
With the height, the release point creates a lot of tilt on his pitching. So coming into the zone, really hard for the hitters to get on plane. It makes it very difficult for the hitters to guess.
Ready to go? Brandon Nimmo. And we are fired. Gets him to Kings after that one. And we really like to see them more aggressive early in the count. That's for me. Now 1-2. Got him. We take a look at the Rangers lineup. With an excellent arm on the mound, Siggy, this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Boo. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense.
And now it's going to be Wyatt Langford. Catcher challenge. We'll take another look. Still 2 challenges left for them. That one ripped, but foul.
Anytime you can punch out the top 2 guys in the net to start a game, got me feeling pretty good out there on the mound because when you think of just having a distraction, table setters on the base paths, and all of a sudden you're dealing with a number 3 hitter, any distraction can cause you to serve up a cookie. And instead of it being a solo shot, it's a 2 or 3 run homer.
Now it's Corey Seager. Shoot out, nobody on. Swings through that one. How's it off? Still 1-2. Yeah. That's to be in the game. What a stop.
Impeccable command in that one. 3 balls, 3 strikeouts. That's electric stuff out there on the mound.
Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And on the mound for Texas in this one, Nathan Eovaldi. What do we need to know here about the right-hander?
This guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a bit more dangerous. So if you look at the opposing lineup,
Make this an uncomfortable start from the beginning. And Sherman stands in for the Phillies. Oh, and the 1-0. Way open across the straight Walter. Pitch not even close. A 2-0 countdown. You can't be over aggressive. It's got to make sure our pitch is right on the teeth. Swings and misses. And it's 2-1. That Splitty's a pretty nasty pitch. Explodes out of the hand. Looks like a fastball, and the bottom just falls out. That's a strike across the top of the zone. That's Walker in the count is still forward. Would be next. Big back with a potentially huge opportunity. Payoff pitch. Fights it off. You'll see another. Up and he ball through. And after a what's the potential? I'm sure it comes up to me here. Oh, that goes right. This guy's got good power with one swing. He can win it for him. Short strikes it. Number Pinkman, number 3. Let's take a look at our lineup. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Chris.
Yeah, Boo. They understand various situations and think ahead of the opponent. Teams like this know how to get down to business and focus on the task at hand.
One out man at first. Here's Bryce Harper, evolving, keeping an eye on him. Waiting for a strike. It's 0-1. Yeah. Ow. Here's the 0-2. It's a 2-strike pitch, and you'll see another. So now it's all about protect, but try to shorten up, try to track the ball. Yeah. Swing and miss. Well, no, since he sees it's a stolen base. That's the next play. So big. We do have a position now, so it's actually a beat in this one. And here comes Alec Ball. That one misses. Ball one. And ball that ball. Ball. Foul ball. Winning runs stands at second. Next ball guys. 3 balls and a strike. I was feeling like he's frustrated a little bit. He wants to be challenged. 3-1. And foul ball. The winning run on second base. Swinging a ground ball. Gets it easily, ends the inning. Scoreless after 1. Second inning's good to go. And now it's Jake Berger to hit. Man at second, nobody out. And Chris, certainly one of the things in his head is trying to get the runner over.
Now, the way that we see the game played today, though, guys are not sacrificing as much just to get that runner across. They're really looking at doing damage. Slugging is the name of the game.
And part of that goes into it's just so hard to come up with hits. In today's game, starters don't go deep, and so hitters are seeing multiple pitchers every night, and that makes it more challenging just to come up with a single. Phillies fans want a strikeout. Right side. Stott over to first in time and quickly one away in the second.
Not a bad outcome in that spot. The runner moves up in third, and now they have a chance to drive in the go-ahead run. It's not a hit, but at the end of the day, it's a good at bat, especially when you're playing extra innings.
So next hit for Texas, Josh Smith.
Anything but a strikeout here. This at bat could end up defining the game. Deep breaths in the box.
Swing, and he went. And that is strike one. To the right side. Play at the plate. Take that lead. Josh Young stepping in for the Rangers. Step off throw the corner. He's in that kid. Gonna die. And that one is on one side. A sharp slider.
Good slider down and in can be so far to get on plane with. You're better off taking that pitch.
That one the other way. And it stays fair. Smith round second on his way to third. For a second, not in time. He's got a double.
Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the ball straight to it. That's great.
And the Phillies manager making his way towards the mound now as he will make a move. Christopher Sanchez gives way and not his finest start. Never really looked comfortable out there. We'll have a new pitcher on the mound when we get back. Now, pitching for the pitcher here.
Huge opportunity to add on to the lead for this offense right now, but we'll see what he has to say about that. He's going to have to make some great pitches to work out of this jam, though.
And Jack Peterson stands in. Gold opportunity right here. That's all.
Second time.
And that's ball one. Smith on third. Young over at second with one down. Slice hard but foul. He's over. It's a ball with two strikes. And swing pretty good. They struck out up there, and that kind of takes the pressure off the defense again. And it was in. So now they can move back, give themselves more time on the grounder to make a play. A lot more ways to work out of this and strain that runner at third now. Next up for Texas, Evan Carter. Yeah, don't need much damage here, just a base hit, like little score two. First, that's just misses. 2 aboard, 2 outs. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Base hit. One run is in. Now the second one is in, and they take off three and only.
But gets the job done as he brings home a pair. And now they got some speed on first, so we'll see if they try to get him into motion.
Danny Jansen to hit here. Just missed.
That's inside.
He's swinging against the air. Stays alive. Two. All two. It's this drive all three. We'll see. That's a stolen base.
2 outs is a great time to try to steal second, especially when you have a guy with some wheels on first. Defense probably knew it was coming, but figured we better focus on trying to get this hitter out.
They don't sit into that. And that's what we're going to do. So back to the top of the order. Now here is Brandon Nimmo. Led off the game with a strikeout. First offering is fouled off. 2 on 2 outs. Foul. 2. That one kicks away from the catcher. Throw into third. There's the technical bit. And next thing, 3 runs for him here. And they move ahead. They give it a block for number 2. It's the Rangers 3 and the Phillies nothing. Now in the game, Ezekiel Duran. Now he's at shortstop. Number 20. Ezekiel is 2. And now for the Phillies, Brandon Marsh. That finds the zone. Strike the ball.
So important to get ahead of these hitters. You shoot free pass, allow that tie and run come to the plate. Or if they're going to beat you, they're going to have to do it with multiple hits.
Man at second. Drilled in the air out towards right center. Reaching for it, makes the catch. Running tags at second, and he's in safely at third with 1 out. Got it. Good. The white dude. No. Adolis Garcia, the next to hit.
I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone here. Pitchers looking for a strikeout or a ground ball, hoping to keep that runner at third.
Ball was some activity in the bullpen for Texas. Robert Garcia, the closer, getting cranked up for a possible save opportunity. Win. The right-hander also getting loose. From foul, stop it. Going too soon at strike 2.
From a pitcher's perspective, that's a beautiful splitter right there. As a hitter, you don't like it, but he's commanded his fastball down that same tunnel. That splitter comes and the bottom just falls.
Goes down swinging for the strikeout. Phillies have just one out remaining.
Well, that's the effect of the splitter that you're looking for on the mound. Really nice pitch right there and had him out in front over the top. I'm sure the batter was thinking he was getting something else, perhaps a fastball a little more straight and velo to it. Jake in the box now. Strike one.
They're hitting the final strike.
And this is almost over as it begins. In this situation, you have no idea what the next pitch is going to be. But you just got to hope that we can make contact.
Right out.
Third with 2 out.
A short miss on it, do it. That's the ball.
Well, it was a tough day at the plate for the hitters. Only able to scratch out a couple of hits, but some really good pitching, some good defense. You don't expect to win the game when you only put up 2 hits, but somehow they found a way to get it done.
A shutout in this one, 3-0, our final score. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shambi saying so long. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us. MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks going up against the Pittsburgh Pirates. First pitch coming your way next. And on the mound for the Pirates, Paul Steens. Chris, having a scouting report.
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get 1 or 2 over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all of those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
Swing foul to the left.
Sorry about that.
1 down. Weighing the ball lined out towards center. Wow. As put together by Troy Lavello. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience singing.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Boog. These players have been around the game for a long time, and they may not have the flash that they once did, but they got the wisdom to be able to understand different situations, be able to think with the opponent, and sometimes in front of the opponent. You don't seem to see a team like this. They come to the ballpark, they know how to get down to business, and they understand what the job is at hand.
And there's a base hit, and that's a one-out single.
Everything came together perfectly for him right there. Really good swing right there. He got a pitch that he knew he could handle, allowed himself to stay back just a tad bit longer, and he hit the ball on the screws.
So change being made at first base. D-backs bringing on a pinch runner. Okay. Deploying some added speed as they look to take the lead. This is Corbin Parrott. Pumps in a strike to the left-handed hitter. Swings through that. This is one of those situations defensively where you can't try to do too much. You got to make sure that you throw the ball cleanly and get one out first. It's going to be tough to get two with this kind of speed in the batter's box. Well, that's like the best two-step fastball I've seen, but it's certainly got away with the location there. Sometimes as a hitter, when you're down in the count, you're so focused on a pitcher painting the black, and you just get a little bit locked up on something down the heart of the plate, not expecting it, and it just kind of freezes you. Now up next for Arizona, Gabriel Moreno. And back. Two gone. The last goal first. Oh, damn. And he gets two straight queso right there. Slice the other way and foul. Rosa to run first with two gone. The healthy cut. Tough pitch at 98. A really good pass at the ball. It's a 2-2. And that the ball almost got it. 3-2, 2 out, runner on first. A lot of movement in the infield. Hitters got to stay focused on the pitch. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. Toss first. Oh, he played. Back in on the dive. Nice pitch of the at-bat to next. So, there's a first and second. Well, that could be a big walk in this ball game. Moves the go-ahead run into scoring position. So, some pressure pitches coming up in this next AB. Here's no Arenado. Swing and a pop. And that's the third out. Diamondbacks strand a pair, and now the Pirates will take their turn in a scoreless ball game. You're dialed into the show. We go to the bottom of the first, and getting to start for Arizona, Zach Gallen. What do we have on him? Try to stay back for that power changeup. Speed differential between the fastball and the changeup is huge. Hitters, they have a hard time staying back. Now into the game, Ildemaro Vargas. Now play second. Number 5. Ildemaro again. And their forwards. This afternoon. The front baseball. That one in the dirt. Ball well. In the air, left side. Lauren under this one. Takes it in for the out. It's a Pirates lineup now. Right there. Lau at the plate. Inside, ball one. That's picked out the ball. All three. Ryan Reynolds next to bat for the Bucks. This guy's got big power with one swing. He can win for him. Right. The winning run is on base. And we did not get the bat off the shoulder the entire. Oh, it's here. Run. Swing and miss. Stay. Just what's going to life and potentially walking this thing up. So now it's all about protect play. Try to shorten off and try to track the ball. If you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way. Here comes live. The winning run touches the ball and the lefty. You see something special that day, whether you're a player or a fan, a walk-off win, nobody forgets that. A memorable moment that'll be logged in the backs of the minds of. 1-0 final score here in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Schaffy saying so long. And welcome in, everybody. Glad you're with us. MLB The Show has interleague action for you this afternoon. It's the Miami Marlins taking on the New York Yankees. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. And taking the ball for the Yankees, Max Fried.
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup, Boog. It's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late, with that.
Jacob Muncy, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball one. It's a 1-1.
And that's perfect location right on the flat. Over and over again, this guy demonstrates the ability to hit those spots. They're so tough to do anything with as a hitter.
2-1. Yeah. Down. Xavier Edwards next to him for the Marlins. The ground right side. Takes it himself. One out in the top of the first. And time now for the Marlins lineup. They're dealing with a top-level arm on the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for him. What's the key to the offense today, Siggy?
Well, Boog, against a talented pitcher, it's crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Use bumps to get him off the mound and moving around out there. If he's in a flow, step out and break his timing. When he throws in the zone, you might only get one pitch, so you don't want to miss it.
Xavier Edwards in now. Next ball off the plate. Ball. That cuts the corner.
You really get the cover that he's able to front door and forward. That pitch is devastating.
There. Ball 3. Agustin Ramirez waits on deck for Miami. The 3-1. Right here, restaurant. Now it's the Marlins catcher, Agustin Ramirez. That one's up. Ball. Shootout, nobody on. That one fouled off.
They should take a pass at a 1-0 count. Just not able to square it up.
How's it all? Still 1-2. Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. 1-2 down. Swing and a miss. And that's the third out. And now the Bombers will get their shot. No score. You're dialed into the show. We go to the bottom of the first. And today's starter, Sandy Alcantara. What should we keep an eye on here?
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just one or two over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
Swings and pulls a foul to the right side. No, that's low. Ball.
Just missed. If he's able to connect on that,
Swing and a ground ball. Fires across the diamond. One gone, bottom half of the first. As we take a look now at the New York Yankees lineup. And Sing, you have to think this lefty-heavy lineup is ready to eat in this one with a righty on the hill.
It is, Boog. So many lefties just feel more confident with a righty pitching, giving them that little edge. Doesn't always play out that way in the box score, though, so we'll see what happens in this game.
Aaron Judge in the box here lets that one go for a ball. Ground ball right side. It's fine. First, it's in for second. Here comes the throw. Not gonna get him. He's in there. There you go. Winning run is aboard with one down. Winning run in scoring position now, so a clutch AB can in this one. And here comes Bellinger. Known for his lead in heroics. Atlanta run at second base. So bounce, protect mode, trying to short out, track the ball. Good if you have to do as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow, line back into this at bat to the count. Oh, Dirk picked away. Judge. It's a very wild pitch. Even with a good secondary lead, sometimes it's hard to see just how far that ball's gotten away from the catcher. But if you can make it to third base, pretty much standing up. Well, that time, he seemed to have a pretty good read. Gets the third safely, and then I was just 90 feet away from short. Good job to fight that one off. I think ultimately you want to tie him up, get the ball in on the plate so that he can't get the barrel to it and hit it to the outfield. It's slowly up ground. And he dives over the gate and locked it off. And that actually makes it a perfect game. Right away we do it. Right to the ballpark, hoping you'll see something special that day, whether you're a player or a fan. A little friend, nobody forgets that. A memorable moment that'll be logged in the backs of the minds of everybody that witnessed this here. A 1-0 final score here in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire crew here at MLB The Show, thanks for stopping by. I'm John Shelby. Talk to you soon. Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. Major League Baseball on tap. It's the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers. And now, speaking of the going to slab. Nathan Evaldi. What's the word on him? Well, this guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a bit more dangerous. So if you look at the opposing lineup, they're hoping he doesn't just settle in. They want to make this an uncomfortable start from the beginning. To get started here, Jeremy Pena getting ready to hit. Yeah, here this afternoon. Ball one.
Definitely got the hitter caught just up the bush inside. Really think the outer half is open.
Check out the Astros lineup. And Cindy, I'm a bit surprised to see this many righties in a lineup against a right hand.
Yeah, you're not the only one, Boone. I would be surprised as well. And, some hitters work well against same handed pitching. Just back in 2024, Bobby Witt Jr., Vlad Guerrero Jr., and Aaron Judge all had higher batting averages against righties than they did against lefties. So maybe they got a plan after all.
Altuve in the box as he fouls off the first pitch. Bang! He's going for a stop. It was only two. Bring it up.
Looking for some animals. We need to hit the breaking ball. It's a great pitch to hit right there if you're looking for it, and kind of in a two-strike count. Sometimes you just get fooled and you got to tip your cap.
Now it's Jordan Alvarez. That's a ball side edge. And the count is 2-0. Back dragged across the top of the zone. Got foul at the plate. Two down, nobody on. Got it. Strikes out to begin the game. What a stumble. And now the Rangers will get their shot in a scoreless ball game. Back after this on the show. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And going to bat for Houston in this one, Hunter Brown. How about a scouting report on him?
A power pitcher that is going to pitch aggressively with the fastball. His fastball velocity ranks near the top in the league. Will also throw the slider, but if you're a hitter, be ready for the fastball. You're going to see a few of them during your bat.
There's Brandon Nimmo. There. Outside, that's a ball. Oh, that's low. Two one. Yeah, jumps in for a strike.
It's a good changeup to hit up in the zone. I think he recognized it. I'm sure he'd love to have that one.
Fouls that off to the left, and we'll do it again. Battling here as he fouls it away. Swings and misses, struck him. Hey, let's take a look at the lineup. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Chris.
Yeah, Boo. They understand various situations and think ahead of the opponent. Teams like this know how to get down to business and focus on the task at hand.
So up next, Wyatt Langford. That's out to center field. Myers has a beat on it. And there's two away. That is first. That's your stop. Go ready. Now it's for a senior. Both the infield and the outfield shifted over to the right. Will foul off. This guy's got good power with one swing. He can win it for him.
Pitch was dotted. So much talent on display when this guy's out there on the hill.
Fights that one away. Still 1-2. Got him. Third out. We played an inning. No score. Top of the second, and stepping in for the Astros, Carlos Correa. Right for a strike. Late swing foul.
So now it's up about protect the ball. Try to short up, try to try the ball. If you have to, as far as just a late swing that maybe you're not sure about, but some way, somehow climb back into this at bat through the count.
And at second. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Here's the 0-2. Now there's a down the line.
And isn't easy to do against a hitter like this, known for using the entire field. Just couldn't sit back long enough on that one.
So now, with one away and a man at second, down the left fielder, Joey Loperfido. First pitch just misses. No score here in the second. A swing and a miss, and it's strike one. Actually, down there. Robert Garcia, closer of the staff, is throwing. Rip, but it throws back. Here's a 1-2. Now one is out.
Really good take, especially 2 strikes.
Good job to fight that one off. It's a piece and stays alive. Wow. The go-ahead run is at second. That's the third. Base hit into the outfield. Into third now. So runners at the corners and one out. So play to bite them.
Boy, it's hard to say. That runner on second to start extras is critical, and you want to make sure you don't waste him. If they don't score this inning, there'll be some second guessing for sure.
Here comes the skipper out of the dugout, and he's ready to make the move. That'll be it for Nathan Eovaldi. And the line not closed on yet as he's responsible for the runners on base. Back with the new pitcher after this. Now, so they turn it closer. Robert Garcia. Robert. Here's at the corners here. One away. Cam Smith up next for the Astros. Fouls away in the first offering. 2 on, 1 out. Base hit. Alvarez scores. It's an RBI single, and it's 1-0. That's not going right there. And knowing he has no shot at the runner at home, so he comes up trying to cut that runner off to third and does a really nice job. Gotta appreciate that. And now it's Christian Walker. That's doesn't get the ball. Ball of all. Smith off of first with 2 away. Check. And he went. And it's 1-1. That's a strike. Foul. And they'll do it again. That one is absolutely built to. Very well. Makes the construction into the wall. Oh man, amazing gesture in the inning as a former outfielder on the field and throw out like a stop the ball, didn't get afraid, held on to the ball. We head to the final second. And here's the first baseman, Jake Burger. Strike one. To the right side. Takes it himself. Leadoff man retired here in the second. Couple of pitches and a quick out. Batting good. The second baseman. Substitution now a third. The pitch runner for the Rangers. Sam Haggerty. Or spilling the bases. There. So digging in, Josh and Ben. Fly out of the outfield for a soft fly, soft ground ball on the right side, find a ball. He can attempt this a few ways, but the one thing he can't do is strike out. Bang and a miss. It's 0-1. Activity in the bullpen for the Astros for the first time. Brian Abreu, the closer of the staff, is getting loose to finish this one off. One away with a runner at third. The whole team trying to pull it out. Pitch gets away. He scores in a little pitch that is tied for game. He's going to be trusting the dish out there. Easy decision to head home when you see the ball get that far away from the catcher. Galloway's swinging. Batting good. Number 6. Here's Josh Young. Oh, that's too high. Two down, nobody on. That one the other way, and it's a fair ball. Takes the turn. He's digging for second. The second is offline. Well, here we go. Winning one is on base with 2 away. Winning run is in position now, so a clutch AB could end this one. Here comes the skipper, and we're going to see a pitching change in this spot. Hunter Brown will depart, and he's responsible for the runner on second. So the book isn't closed on him yet. We'll be right back. Now,
Bringing in the lefty with the left-handed hitter coming up to hit. Classic bullpen move right here. So we'll see how it works out.
So it's being made out at second. Here's a pitch runner for Texas. Is he Duran? She might have to do a 2-out double, so a speed grade might help him. Here's Jack Peterson. That is all and it's all to know. Still in Southern Florida, and we never out the land. The really Texas the plate and the injuries. Look at them.
Well, you come to the ballpark hoping you'll see something special that day, whether you're a player or a fan. A walk-off win, nobody forgets that. A memorable moment that'll be logged in the backs of the minds of everybody that witnessed this here today.
Your final score here today, 2-1 for Chris Singleton and our entire crew. I'm John Shoppy saying so long. And welcome in, everybody. Glad you're with us. MLB The Show has interleague action for you this afternoon. It's the Minnesota Twins going up against the Atlanta Braves. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. And today's starting pitcher, Chris Sale. What do we have on him?
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup move. You know, it's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning or change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late in a bat.
Byron Buxton, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball one. That one finds the zone, and the count is 1-0.
Goodness, I think he just took the best pitch he's going to see in this at bat. You don't get many like that in that location. I don't know if he take that pitch against any pitcher out there with him.
Back outside.
Out towards right center field. Brings it in. One up on that. And now take a peek at the Twins lineup. With an excellent arm on the mound, saying this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Boog. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense. Strike. I know you want to be patient as a hitter, but you got to be ready to jump on the first thing straight. And he got one right there, but put the tap on his shoulder.
Ball the seat with the bottom of his own. Swing and a ball lifted in the air. Takes it in the. That's a tough play for the infielder, ranging back into the outfield. There's part of them that's saying, hey, we're in the outfielder. Steve Felkes made a nice catch right there. It's still in the game now. Flies hard but foul. Swings through the phone for strike two. Nasty sliders to his hitter in the 0-2 count. Look there at the plate. You got to look up in the zone and spit on anything that's down. Shoot it out all the way up. Swing the ground ball. And the Twins go 1-2 3. And now the Braves with their first chance to hit is scoreless. You're dialed into the show. We go to the bottom of the first. And on the hill for the Twins, Joe Ryan. What do you look for here?
Well, he comes at hitters with a 5-pitch mix, so for him, it's always interesting to see how he utilizes those weapons. Mainly on 1 or 2 pitches, depending on how things are going and how things are working. But if he can control more or even up high of those offerings, you look out here. It's going to be a tough day. He's really going to be able to keep those guys off balance.
Here's Ronald Acuna Jr. at the plate. Oh, that's out. Actually makes it a perfect game. What a way to do it. And it gives them the lead in the first. It's 1-0.
You can't ask for a better start than hitting a home run and you first it down to give your team the lead. Hitting a walk-off homer is the kind of thing you dream about growing up. You're in the backyard, you're creating a multi-pass scenario, what do? You look at the sport. He's living a childhood moment. That's sort of a nice one for the team.
1-0 the final for Chris Singleton and our entire crew here at MLB The Show. Thanks for stopping by. I'm John Shelby. Talk to you soon. And welcome into the ballpark. Happy to have you with us. Interleague Baseball on MLB The Show. It's the Tampa Bay Rays and the Washington Nationals. And now, this one started after this. And on the mound for Washington in this one, Miles Michaelis.
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get one or two over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
Yandy You don't want. And it's on down. It's looking for the Rays lineup. Jonathan Aranda getting ready to hit. Big swing of this.
Oh, come up and give me a fastball right there. He's ready for the velocity. I think it'd be a mistake to throw in anything off speed right here.
Swing foul to the left. Gets a piece and it stays 0-2.
That wasn't an easy pitch to hit. It's much easier to do damage against mistakes. But that's not what that pitch was.
Foul ball. It stays 0-2. Breaking ball. Take your base. Now it's going to be Junior Caminero. This guy with light tower power. Well, at the ball. Outside. Late on that fastball. The Nationals have some action going in the pen. 20 meter. A right hander with big strikeout stuff is getting it fired up. Marley, tie game. Boy, run stands at first. Comes up the team. That's strike two. Almost going. Count runner. I know for speed, but I think you got to pull him in motion. Try to avoid a double play here, though. Jake Fraley up next for the Rays. Payoff pitch. And ball. Second base, ball four. Jake Fraley next to hit for the Rays. And the first pitch misses for ball one. Still on one. For a strike. It's long and long. And the count 1-2.
Just to go right there for the second out. That's the fans are really going to be thinking about. Didn't pull the trigger. Now how you going to go down in an RBI spot? So now you got to hope your teammate behind you can pick you up.
Doable with 2 outs. Next to him, Cedric Mullins. First pitch fastball is in for a strike. That's inside. And a count 1-2.
Really going after him here. All fastball to get ahead in the count.
2 on, 2 outs. And a foul ball, he stays alive. 2. And a swing in the north. Illegal fastball.
Couple of strikeouts with runners on. Sometimes you got to really bear down, and he did just that. Nice job of getting out of the jam and out of the inning.
Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And on the mound for Tampa Bay in this one, Drew Rasmussen. What's the scouting report on him?
A power pitcher that is going to pitch aggressively with the fastball. His fastball velocity ranks near the top in the league. Let's go the slider. But if you're a hitter, are you ready for the fastball? You're going to see a few of them during your at bat.
And finds the zone. Strike 1. Pulled softly, but that goes by. It misses. It's a strikeout. I don't want to do it for number 29. As we take a look at the Nationals lineup. See, we're looking at a young lineup here. Not much experience, but they're going to bring a lot of energy to the field.
Yeah, that's just it, Boog. We expect this lineup to play hard no matter what. They are an exciting group to watch.
Now, James Wood. That's a strike.
Right for a strike. So now it's all about protect mode. Try to shorten up, try to track the ball, block in if you have to, as far as just a late swing. Strike 3, and that's going home. Just is right there, and understandably so, an up 2 count. You feel like you've got a lot of plate to cover, and you don't want to strike out, and you end up striking out. That's just one of those pitches where it's not over the plate, but because you committed to it as it was leaving his hand, by the time you realized he wasn't going to be in the zone, it's too late to hold up your swing.
And now it's Keyword Ruiz. The ground right side. He takes it himself to the back. That'll do it. Nothing doing for Washington. Scoreless after 1. Now to the top half. 2. And stepping in for the Rays, Ben Williamson.
As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. A base hit's probably going to be a big run. So you have to execute on the mound.
And it's second.
That pitch right there started on the edge of the plate with the spin. You know it's going to finish well off the plate.
The hitters count 2-0. Swing and a miss as he was late.
As a hitter, you got to learn something from that pitch. He clearly wasn't timed out on the fastball. And a 2-0 count, you have to be ready to do.
Good job to fight that one off. Outside, out, and the count's full.
The guy at the plate could recognize slider out of the hand. Stay on the tunnel very long in terms of depth and perception. He knew right away it was an off-speed pull.
That one was absolutely belted. Carrying well. Giants finds his goal. And he starts off the second with a double.
Well, this one started with a bad jump, a bad lead off the bat. He ends up having to try to leap out of desperation, can't come down with it, and it turned into extra bases.
Here comes the skipper, and we're going to see a pitching change in this spot. Miles Michaelis, it's way, and the line not closed up yet as he's responsible for the runners on base. Back with a new pitcher after this. Now, Victory, closer to play the beat up. Never an easy situation going in with runners in second and third. He's got a base to work with, so he doesn't have to be perfect, but he does have to make some quality pitches. Next up, it's the first-year shortstop, Carson Williams. Gold opportunity right here. That one misses, and it's 1-0. Williams, the runner at third. Williamson stands at second. No outs. Next up, misses, and it's 1-2. That misses the zone. All three. Chandler Simpson next to bat for Tampa. There's 3-1. Late on that fastball. And that'll look the race. Breaking ball at 3-2 count kind of tells you that it's the pitch he has the most confidence in right now. Just couldn't find the strike zone. And here is Chandler Simpson. Outfield playing pretty shallow. This one in the air right field. Makes the all loaded up. 4 hits to get to the Rays. And this is a big opportunity for him to pick up his teammate right here. He knocks it down. He comes in the score. He can pick it up with a bare hand. But that's a frustrating way to fall behind in this one as the infield single drives in the run. And sometimes all you have to do is put the ball in play and you give your teammate a chance to hurry home. So bases loaded with one away. Yonder defense now at the plate. Use a ground ball here. In the infield, runner at first base, get out of this. Now, probably in the field. Great reaction there. The momentum of the guy takes him into foul territory, comes up and makes the play. Outstanding job to get it out right there. Stepping in, Jonathan Aranda. He was flipped in his first trip to the plate. It's the zone. That's strike one. He starts him with the fastball, and that's a pitch that's right in his wheelhouse. You need to be careful against him with that one. Yoga. So they're all loaded up with 2 outs. And that's all. And it's 2-1. Look, in situations like these, the air can get really thin up there at the plate. Got to find a way to breathe and slow everything down. That smash towards center. Young has a beat on it. And so they get one, but end up leaving the bases loaded. Down to the bottom of the second. It's the Rays long, and the Nationals nothing. We head to the bottom of the second. It's the Nationals team up there, and Luis Garcia. They got him there for a strike. The 1-1. Comes up empty. That's strike two. Freddie Ferguson doing the umpiring duties behind the plate in this one.
Yeah, Freddie's a well-respected umpire group. Maybe a little bit more of a pitcher's umpire. He does like to pitch down just below the knees or right about there, but most hitters are pretty good at covering that spot.
That's a bad ball. And it's 2-2.
Really good take, especially with two strikes.
That's the ball. The plate.
Just messing with some pitches that, and those are not strikes, and that's what you think of as a strike. But many times pitchers are trying to tease the zone. It's two pitches that we throw. Two pitches, but even better takes.
And a pop ball, right side of territory. On down. Batting fifth, a third baseman. Riley. Wow. Looks like we've got a substitution at second. Nationals turn to a pinch runner, Joey Lima. Anyhow, digging into the Nationals. Got ball. No that. Late swing foul. The strike, the pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Aranda takes it himself down to the last out for the Nationals. Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 4. Very well. Stand for the Nats. As the Nationals are down to their final out. Set in. Oh, inside edge. And that's ball one. You don't want to get beat by a fastball and he spits on that. So get that ball. 2. Rays trying to close it. 1 team trying to. Yeah. Strike one. The ball deep left field. It's got a chance. If we don't make the catch. And the Rays strand the time. He's doing it.
Well, this one was all about the pitching and defense. Outstanding job of the pitchers, really attacking hitters, trusting what the catcher was putting down, and trusting the players standing behind them to make the plays defensively. Sometimes you want to see a high-scoring game, but sometimes you can appreciate the artistic beauty what these pitchers did on the mound today.
1-0 in the final. Chris Singleton and our entire crew. I'm John Shelby saying so long. Except for me. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us. Major League Baseball on tap. It's the Los Angeles Angels going up against the Chicago White Sox. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. Getting the start for the Chicago White Sox, Shane Smith. What do you have on him, Siggy?
Well, that 12-6 curveball explodes out of the hand. And because he's able to throw the high fastball at the top of the strike zone for a strike, hitters commit to that pitch. Before they know it, they're swinging over the top of that curveball.
Yeah, ready to go down. Getting ready to hit that. Neto. Out towards right center field. Hayes should have this one. One up, one down. All right, let's take a look at the Angels lineup. And now the first baseman, Nolan Shotwell.
First strike. I know you want to be patient as a hitter, but you got to be ready to jump on the first thing straight. And you get one right there, but let the bat on his shoulder.
The 0-2. Here's Trimble. Outfield deep here, trying to prevent anything over their heads. Swinging a ground ball. Montgomery. Down the throw the first on the right. Safe at first, and an infield single keeps the inning going.
A nice job getting there. Good throw, but very difficult to get anybody on that one as far as you had to go and throw.
You know? Yeah, no question. So a change being made at first base. Here's the Angels pitch runner. Steele Dulcio. He represents the go-ahead burn, so they hook some extra speed to help with that. Here he's going one time, but it takes off. And that's a stolen base, not even close. And the go-ahead run is now in scoring position.
2 outs is a great time to try to steal second, especially when you have a guy with some wheels on first. Defense probably knew it was coming, but figured we better focus on trying to get this hitter out.
In the dirt, throw into third. There's the check. Now it's the White Sox turn. It's a scoreless ballgame. Major League Baseball is on the show. We go to the bottom of the first. And getting a start for the Angels, Jose Soriano. How about a report on him, Chris?
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he do over, where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to put in all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent.
Nitro wants to challenge this, thought it was a ball. And he's up for 2. They'll keep both their challenges. To the right side. The flip to the pitcher covering. One gone, bottom half of the first. Time to check out the lineup for the White Sox. And the challenge for this lineup today, Singy, finding a way to have success against the sinker ball.
Yeah, it's a tough pitch to hit, Boog, and even harder to elevate. Got to set your sights a little bit higher when you're at the dish. They're struggling with it. I'd expect them to make some type of adjustment. It won't take long to see how well that sinker is working today.
Olsen Montgomery, batting at one down, takes a strike. And that one fouled off. This guy's got good power with one swing. You can run for him. It's a third. And the home first moving along quickly today. Two gone. That is third. The third baseman. Yeah. Vargas. Miguel Vargas steps to the plate for the White Sox.
Well, you got to find a way to catch up to that pitch. Perhaps shorten the swing, eliminate the stride. That one came in hot, but right down the middle, you're saying to yourself, "How did I miss that pitch?" Make a quick adjustment.
Shoot out, nobody. Nope. Ball one. So a 2 out, and that puts them in first. Well, here we go. Winning run is on base with 2 away. The run swing was good. He can shoot the ball like the middle. Didn't score up as much as he probably would have liked. That's a good approach, paying up. And up next for Chicago, moving Chaka more. And foul ball. Two outs, but the winning run is at first. And a swing and a miss there. Action in the Angels bullpen. Will Pomeranz, left-handed reliever, appears to be getting loose. Bachman warming up as well. That now. In the air, right field, but now on his way over, he's got it. And that is the third out of the inning. Scoreless after one. Now, back now, and on the mound, here's Sir Anthony Dominguez. Scoring position, no outs. Here comes Yohan Moncada. Swinging a foul out of play. And it's second. Comes up empty. It's still cute. We can live up in the zone all the game. The hitters will chase it. That's just too much velocity. Hitters got to look down in the zone. Chewed out. Oh, back to the time to expand the zone. Could get chased there. Let's see what he comes back with next. Swimming is a strike again. You got to be pretty quick with bat speed these days. So many guys throwing over 90s, and you see the velocity on that one just tough to catch up to. I mean, guys are coming in, they're going max out. They're looking to go a long distance. They want to get as many strikeouts as they possibly can. Now batting Joe Adele. Yeah, that's fouled off. The go-ahead run is at second. He's trying for third. Taps it out the plate. Coming out of the bullpen throw. Josh Lowe, the next to hit for the Angels. Sizzling on its way to the outfield. Around third. He will score and they take the lead. Before the second, it is a fly.
Mission accomplished there as he picks up the RBI to give him the lead. Let's found a way to slap that ball down the third baseline. That's really excellent bat control. And it kind of goes back to all those drills you see hitters do off the tee where it's placed at different spots. That's just nice.
Jorge Soler up at the plate. Dominguez checks the runner, and he's back in safely. Foul ball there. And 72 now. That's it. So next time for the White Sox in their bullpen, Grant Taylor, a right-hander with big strikeout stuff, is getting it fired up. Number 63, also getting ready. One down. Swing and a and that's the third out. So one run on one hit, no errors, and a runner left. We're going to the bottom of number 2. It's the Angels 1 and the White Sox nothing. Now back down, a new arm of the mound is starting for Jordan Romano.
I can't imagine any save is an easy one. You're holding a small lead on the scoreboard, and you know those hitters are going to give you the best at bats they can. So,
one run, Austin Hayes. It's like getting ready to end up. Hey.
Oh, hey, or not, these are the situations sponsors they seem to live for. If you get into some hot water, jam, tough spot, whatever you want to call it, but this is where they earn their feet.
And he go one. Swings through that one.
That front door slider is such a devastating pitch. You don't want to get beat by the inside fastball, so you cheat a little bit, and then by the time it gets there, it's out of the swing.
Here's the 0-2.
And inside. He's great hitting the ball the other way. That pitch did a great job to straighten him up a bit. Mission accomplished.
Stays alive. Foul ball still 1-2 count. Yeah, no, I have Austin's
Really good take, especially 2 strikes.
Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball.
That 2-seamer is deep seeking right-handed batters, just runs in on those hands.
3-2.
See, fastball is usually coupled with a slider away, and when a hitter's conscious of the pitch in, it's hard for him to cover middle away, and that's where a pitcher can really finish off that batter.
Back to work. 3-2 now. That one misses.
Well, that's an action on the right side. A lot of teams goes in, ends up dropping it. Great.
Looks like we got a substitution at first. Here's the White Sox bench runner, Jerry Taylor, getting some more speed on the bases. And intending to look late. Oh, I'm there. And it's long to go. That's
Maybe some action here on this next pitch. Couple of runners on, and probably a challenge pitch coming.
Hitters count the 2-0. In here, left field. Delaire gets under it. Makes the grab. A designated hitter. Here's Sosa to the plate. Oh, how he'd love to walk it off right here. Bang, a miss. It's all. Come and give me fastball right there. He's ready for the velocity. I think it'd be a mistake to throw him anything off speed right here. 2-1. That one misses. And 1-1. That's ripped into the outfield. Theodosia on the move. Brings it in. Wow. It looks like he was running before the ball was set. It didn't have much time. That was a hard hit liner, but a nice job of covering it down in a short amount of time. What's up, down to their final out. So now to Chicago. Edgar Hero. Delivers the hero. Oh, that's that ball go. 2-1, 2-outs. It is downstairs. And the countdown 2-0. This one is Johnny Toe. Okay. Into extra innings, it seems like every guy is trying to come up with a big swing to hit the homer and end the ball game. Well, he did it. You swing the bat, and we're all going to know. Your final 3-1 for Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show. I'm John Shabby saying so long. Hello and welcome. Thanks for joining us. Interleague Baseball on MLB The Show. It's the Baltimore Orioles taking on the San Francisco Giants. First pitch coming at you right after the break. And towing the slab, Logan Webb. What should we keep an eye on here?
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get one or two over in the strike zone where he wants? Now it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
And just under. Oh, 1 now. What a stop! Nicely done for the out. Hey, let's take a look at the Orioles lineup now. With an excellent arm on the mound, singing this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Boog. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense.
On the line. And this one could be extra bases. Takes the turn. He's digging for second. You'll throw it in. Not going to get him. He's in there.
Didn't take long to get a result for that at bat. Why ride on this next at bat now as they look to take the lead at a critical point this thing?
Here's Pete Alonso. Lots of pop at the plate. Outfield playing back almost on the warning track. Finds his own. It's over.
As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. A base hit's probably going to be a big run, so you really have to execute on the mound.
And second. Just noticed. Signs of movement in the Giants bullpen. Brian Walker, hard-throwing righty, is up and loosening. Swinging a foul out of play. There's 1-2. And the second ball moves for a ball. The go-ahead run is at second. And misses all 3. Well, pitch. And ball forward. Right.
It's just spot on the inside right there.
Manager out of the dugout now, and it looks like we'll see a change on the mound. Logan Webb won't go any further, and he's not going to be happy with himself. New pitcher on the mound in a moment. Now, the closer summon from the bullpen, Brian Walker. Second, 1 out. Alan Rutschman, the next to hit for the Orioles. Right in the air for a strike. Henderson on second. Alonso at first. 1 gone. Yeah, that's foul. Now, in field. It's the out.
Boy, that was a hanging breaking ball right there. I think he tried to do a little bit too much. Sometimes those eyes can get really big. I think his swing broke out as well, and that's what caused him to pop it up.
Here's Tyler O'Neill. Swing and a miss. There's that slider. 2 aboard, 2 outs. There's a real chance to get out of this without a lot of. Yeah, it's swinging for the go. Orioles stranded couple. And now we'll see what the Giants can do. No score. You're watching Major League Baseball on the show. Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And getting a start for Baltimore, Trevor Rogers. Chris, what are you looking for from him?
This guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a little more dangerous. So if you look at the opposing lineup, they're hoping he doesn't just sit on it. They want to make this an uncomfortable start from the beginning.
Right. Takes the turn, and he's digging for second. And he'll make it safely for a leadoff double on the bottom of the first.
I was watching his rounds during batting practice today. So impressed with his ability to let the ball travel, go back up the middle and the other way. Sometimes when you step in the box during the game, you get a little anxious and you get away from that. But so far, I've seen him stay consistent with his pregame preparation.
Billy Thomas stands in. And that one fouled off. The winning run, second base. There's the ball. It's right.
Taking a walk off homer is the kind of thing you dream about growing up. You're in the backyard, you're creating the most pressure-packed scenario, and what do? You come through with the big swing. But he's really a childhood moment right there. Nice swing in the back, nice win for the team.
Nothing. Your final here in this one. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shopping. Thanks for joining us. Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. Interleague Baseball on MLB The Show. It's the Detroit Tigers going up against the Atlanta Braves. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. And starting this one, Chris Sale. Chris, what should we keep an eye on here with him?
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup move. It's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up for the strike zone. It's the lane.
Set the ball, the inside edge. Get it to 1-1.
Second pitch of the game, it was a good one. I hope doesn't get the strike call. We'll see how the umpire zone shapes up to it.
So, straight 2. Off the ball. Yeah. Look out now.
That's a really good take.
Swing and miss. They're dealing with a top level arm on the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Singing?
Well, Boog, against a talented pitcher, it's crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Use bumps to get him off the mound and move it around out there. If he's in a flow, step out and break his timing. If he flows in the zone, you might only get one pitch, so you don't want to miss it.
The ball. Back. Strike.
Man, oh man, I don't know how you take that pitch. That's as close as it gets.
And it's fouled off. They'll do it again.
We'll open a little bit with that front shoulder, but was able to slow his back down just enough to make contact with that pitch. We got a lot.
That's the ball. Trying to get him to ching, so the slider down and away. Colt Keith up next for the Tigers.
That was involved. That big striking, like, maybe a little controversial with the call. I think he got a little bit of favor on the mound, but no question about it. It's not exactly what you want to see in a big spot like that. And I'm sure there's some chirping going on from the dugout, making it clear that's kind of play today.
He, batting with one down, takes a strike. And they got for strike. Movement of the Atlanta bullpen. Racing Iglesias. The closer of the staff is thrown. That's great. Who's Riley Green? That's it. That one fouled off. Next one is ball wrong.
As a veteran out there on the ball, you're trying to establish both edges of the plate. Right here is working inside.
In the dirt. Goes down to first, but he wasn't going anywhere. Two gone. No possible go-ahead run at first.
He's in a tough spot, had to make a great pitch, did it, got the strikeout, gets out of the jam. Clearly, he's happy with those results.
We go to the bottom of the first, and taking the ball for Detroit, Eric Skubal. What should we keep an eye on here?
It's always interesting to see how he utilizes all of his pitches and how many of those he has a good feel for on that given day. When he's right, he's really able to keep hitters guessing, and all of his stuff seems to be coming out of the same arm slot, the same tunnel. And that can make life very difficult for opponents.
Here's Ronald Acuna Jr. at the plate. That's a ball. Right there. A strike. Line to second, snagged on the bounce, and they get the out. Here's the Atlanta Braves lineup. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Chris.
Yeah, Boo. They understand various situations and think ahead of the opponent. Teams like this know how to get down to business and focus on the task at hand.
So digging in, Drake Baldwin.
You know, this is kind of a tough matchup as a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher. And what you tell yourself is I want to stay square to the plate, try to get the ball over the shortstop's head.
Ball. One down. Yeah, that's foul on. Offering top of the air, right field. Okay. There, two down. Batting front. Not one big man. Man. Oh, yeah. It's Matt Olson.
No, one swings are easier than getting 2 or 3 hits to win this ball game. You better believe he's going to be all in to get the ball over the fence somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, nice job just presenting it to be better than it actually was.
Two down, nobody on. Swinging a foul straight back. The 0-2. And a swing and a miss. And that is that. We played an inning, no score. We move ahead to the top of the second now. Digging in, Spencer Torkelson. Man at second, nobody out. Chris, certainly one of the things in his head is trying to get the runner over.
Now, the way that we see the game played today, though, guys are not sacrificing as much just to get that runner across. They're really looking at doing damage. Slugging is the name of the game.
Man at second. And yeah, for a strike. And it down 1-1. It's part of that. It's just so hard to come up with hits. Today's game starters don't go deep, and so hitters are seeing multiple pitchers every night, and that makes it more challenging just to come up with a single. Out towards right center field. Takes it for the out. Substitution now at second base. And coming in is the Tigers pinch runner, Zach McKinstry. Next to him, Kevin McGonigal.
Well, first base open. Really no reason to pitch to this hitter right here. Put him on the force at second first. Perhaps getting any right.
That comes in there all along. No score here on the second. Inside.
No, that's it.
That's ball one. Freddie Ferguson doing the umpiring duties behind the plate in this one.
Yeah, Freddie's a well-respected umpire, Boo. Maybe a little bit more of a pitcher's umpire. He does like to pitch down just below the knees or right about there, but most hitters are pretty good at covering that spot these days.
1-2. Battling here as he fouls it away. Stay a little 1-2. This one in the dirt. The throw to third, and he's out easily. Shootout, nobody on.
Well,
That's 3-2.
really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
And a payoff pitch. Stays alive. Good battle here. About to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Foul off. And they'll do it again. Popped up. Bounced up to the middle of the field. And that is the alive in second. No score. Bottom half of an 8-2. So let's say Atlanta. Oh, for a strike.
He doesn't get a knock right here. The pitch you just took is going to beat at him for him. Let's see another pitch like that from the top level guy like this.
there's another one. Slice hard, but flat.
He's got off speed. He needs to elevate here with 2 strikes out of the zone.
Ground ball. Still the infield. No play. Here's the play. And comes the left. The Braves.
He had to feel the pressure. Winning run on second base. Found a way to make solid contact. Winning run comes across to score. Everyone going crazy. Exciting finish to this game today.
One nothing the final. For Chris Singleton and our entire outstanding crew here at MLB The Show, I'm John Shabby. We'll see you soon.